It should have a sticky note.
Hey, Brett. Brett, Wesley, can you hear us?
You're unmute. Can you hear me, Shan?
Hear you.
Okay, Wesley.
Wesley, you're still muted. Hang tight.
Okay, can you hear me now?
You can.
Good.
You guys ready? 2 seconds.
Do I need that? Put all these mics. Do I need? That's for-
Those, that's more for the, for those lights.
Okay.
Y'all speak up.
I'm old.
Okay. No.
I used to hear all that.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Righty, I am admitting Miss
Not.
Sandra Whitehead, and we are live.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Culpepper, and today I will serve as chair. And before we begin, the board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. We are a 3-member panel of the board with 4 of us serving, but only 3 deliberating on the case. 1 will serve as an alternate, but who will not participate in either the deliberations or decisions concerning the case. Today, we also have Mr. Cummings, who is orientating as a new board member, and he will not be deliberating in any of the proceedings, but rather just to observe. At this time, I would like to introduce the board members that will be with us today on the panel.
Nancy Norris Johnson.
Laura, you're muted.
Laura Moore, APRN.
And then we also have Mr. TJ Adams. With that being said, we also have the Attorney General with us today. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Edward Wiggins. I will be serving as a hearing officer this morning.
And at this point, we will turn it over to Mr. Wiggins to begin the panels. I'm sorry, let me stop for a minute. We want to say a prayer this morning before we begin. And we have decided to let Mr. Cummings lead us in prayer today.
Let's pray. God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for all that surrounds us in this day, to God. And we just pray that as we go through this day, we'll make good decisions, that we'll be led by you, and that your presence will be among us. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Good morning, everyone. Before we get started, I would just note that we'll have, I guess, give us a playbook for how things will proceed this morning. On the docket, we have license number P318760. Is the licensee present?
Ms. Whitehead, are
Yes.
you? Okay, very good.
Ms. Whitehead, are you? Yes. Do you want me to stay unmuted?
Yes, ma'am, for now. Please state your name, please. Yes, ma'am, for now.
Okay.
Please state your name, please.
Sandra Whitehead.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Begin with opening statements. Both sides will have an opportunity to present their side of the case. Both sides will have an opportunity to present their side of the case. If there are any witnesses, we will have them sworn, and they will have an opportunity to give testimony. We'll have them sworn, and they will have an opportunity to give testimony if needed.
There are no witnesses.
The state would have no witnesses today.
The state have no witnesses today. At the conclusion of the vote, sides presentations of their cases will have closing statements. The vote, sides presentations of their findings of fact, closing statements. The copy of the decision and findings of fact. Findings in the matter by certified mail. Findings, this time of certified mail. On in at the time.
I can't.
On in at the time.
Ms. Whitehead? Ms. Whitehead,
Yes, ma'am.
do you mind lowering your screen so I can see you for just a second? I need you to raise your right hand. I need you to raise your right hand.
Okay, can you see me?
You solemnly swear that the testimony you solemnly swear that the testimony that nothing but the truth will be.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. For the record, I'd like to announce if there is a quorum present. For the record, I'd like to announce if there is a quorum present. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Ms. Whitehead, are you represented by counsel? Ms. Whitehead, are you represented by counsel?
No, sir.
You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel? You understand you have the right to be represented by counsel?
Yes, sir.
Do you also understand that you have the right to have witnesses to testify?
You also understand that you have the right to have witnesses to testify on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
You also understand that you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board in this matter.
You also understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board in this matter.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Counsel, do we have any preliminary matters regarding this?
Counsel, do we have any preliminary matters regarding this?
So firstly, I would ask.
I think you're muted, counsel.
I think you're muted, counsel.
Thank you. I'm not sure what happened. I will say that there appears to be quite a delay, and I'm actually getting that feedback on my side, so I do apologize for any confusion or difficulty that may ensue. Preliminary matters that the state would have would be the admission of exhibits. The state would ask that exhibits B1 through B9 be admitted into evidence. I can hear you now, Mr. Wiggins, but just barely.
I can hear you now, Mr. Wiggins, just barely. We're actually going to take a short recess. We'll take maybe a 5-minute break. We'll take maybe a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Problem. Is anyone on the Zoom having speakers, external speakers that they're speaking in or out of?
This is Brett. I'm not. It's just
No, ma'am.
everything is doubled.
I'm not. It's just everything is doubled.
No one on the Zoom has speakers, external speakers that they're listening.
No one on the Zoom has speakers.
I am not using speakers.
And this is Sandra. I'm not using any speakers.
But you notice it's always Wes. It's always Wes that has that delay. I'm thinking it's gonna be something with his computer.
Okay, Wesley, are you on, Laura, let me hear you speak. You're muted.
Can you hear me?
You're muted.
Can you hear me? Anybody?
Wesley, now let me hear you speak.
Anybody?
Wesley, now let me hear you speak.
You say 1, 2, 3.
I'm sorry, Shan, are you speaking to me?
Yes.
Are you speaking to me? I'm using headphones. I will take those out, see if that doesn't help. I'm using headphones. I will take those out, see if that doesn't help.
Right now, Wesley.
Right now, Wesley.
Hey, Shan, this is Wesley again.
Hey, this is Wesley again.
Your laptop, do you have your volume muted?
Your laptop.
Do you have your volume muted? Even if you don't have it up, if you're in the same room. Nobody in here has. Even if you don't have it up, if you're in the same room. Nobody in here has my volume completely muted on my laptop.
And my Surface Pro's got somebody.
My volume completely muted on my laptop.
And my Surface Pro's got somebody turned on.
I'm wondering.
Wesley, can you hear me?
Shan, are you speaking to me again?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Shan, are you speaking to me again?
But it didn't happen when she spoke.
The recorders don't do that.
But it didn't happen when she spoke.
The recorders don't do that. And how mine? It's gonna be somebody's laptop. It's gonna be somebody's laptop.
You please. You please.
She's on the. Let's have her get off the course. She's on the. Let's have her get off the speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
Our speaker off and just talk on your phone, or are you on the phone?
Our speaker off and just talk on your phone, or are you on the phone?
No, I'm not on the phone at all. I'm on my laptop.
We're just troubleshooting here, so hang tight. Troubleshooting here.
Okay.
Can everyone hear me? Okay, Wesley, can you speak?
Hello.
It's Miss Whitehead. I can hear you real well.
Okay,
Hello.
we're gonna roll with that. Whatever that was.
We're gonna roll with that. Whatever that was.
Technology. That's all I know, because that every time there's reverb like that, it always has to do with either external speakers or somebody's audio.
That's what I thought initially, somebody was on, but no one else is on.
No, nobody else.
Yeah, because whenever I've done Zooms, like when I'm in classes, if I happen to have this thing linked into my Zoom too,
Yeah.
it will do exactly that, and it'll make so much racket you can.
Exactly.
All right, everyone, thank you for your patience. We're going to try this again. I think when we left off, I was just asking council if we had any preliminary matters regarding this.
Yes, the state would ask that exhibits B1 through B9 be admitted into evidence.
Ms. Whitehead, do you have any objection to those exhibits? If you're speaking, Ms. Whitehead, I think you are muted.
Muted.
I'm sorry, and I was. No, sir, I have no objections to those exhibits.
All right, thank you very much. They will be admitted.
All right, thank you very much. They will be admitted.
Anything further, council?
Nothing further
Anything
until
further, counsel?
opening statements.
Nothing further until opening statements.
Okay, thank you. Since this is a petition to terminate probation, Ms. Whitehead will allow you to give your opening statement at this time.
Thank you, council. Once again, this is Ms. Whitehead, Sandra Whitehead, and I am petitioning the board to remove the restrictions on my license. I have done what I've asked. I've enjoyed what I've done. I've enjoyed the communication with my probation officer as well. And I just ask that for your forgiveness and to be removed from my restrictions.
Thank you, Ms. Whitehead. Mr. Mootsiger.
Thank you, Ms. Whitehead.
Yes, thank you. The case presently before the board is the petition for termination of probation regarding Ms. Sandra Whitehead. The petitioner, Ms. Whitehead, today carries the burden to demonstrate to this board's satisfaction that the restrictions, the probation presently placed on her license should be lifted. She carries the burden to show that all conditions have been satisfied and timely so. The matter today originated in approximately December 15, 2009, wherein a final order revoked Ms. Whitehead's license. That was in response to a guilty finding of neglect of a vulnerable adult in the Rankin County Justice Court. Subsequently, a 2016 final order was produced by this board pursuant to Ms. Whitehead's restoration hearing. Ms. Whitehead was granted the opportunity to have her license restored subject to conditions and a period of probation. Another order was then produced approximately September 2018, wherein Ms. Whitehead was unable to satisfy the requirements of the 2016 order. At the 2018 hearing, the board hearing panel ordered that Ms. Whitehead should be allowed to proceed in attempting to fulfill the terms of the probation. That probation, however, was placed at a time period of 6 months. Today, again, it is going to be the burden by Ms. Whitehead to show that she has satisfied all conditions of that 2018 board order so that probation can be properly terminated from her license. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mootsiger. At this time, Ms. Whitehead, you have the floor to share with the board why you're
Why your
petition to terminate probation should be
petition to terminate probation should be accepted. Make your statement.
I'm sorry, speak up just a little bit for me. I can only hear at this time, Ms. Whitehead.
Ms. Whitehead, you have the floor to share with the board what you have.
Ms. Whitehead, you have the floor to share with the board what you have in support of your petition.
Okay. I have oh my God. my fax paperwork from the place of employment, Pleasant Hills Community Living Center, where I've been employed since June 10th of 2020, and I'm still currently employed there. And for each month that I was asked to prove to fax employee report of supervised practice, I did so in a timely manner. And even when I didn't have employment at Pleasant Hills Community Living Center, wherever I was employed, I faxed that I was employed at the time and still seeking nursing employment. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you, Ms. Whitehead. Do any of the board panel members have questions?
Thank you, Ms. Whitehead. Do any of the board panel members have questions, Ms. Whitehead?
Ms. Whitehead, this is Ms. Culpepper, and I am just wanting to find out from you. This is Ms. Culpepper. I am just wanting to find out from you. Do you plan to continue to
Ms. Culpepper, I can hardly hear you. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Ms. Whitehead. What I was asking was, do you continue, or do you plan to continue what I was asking was now? Or do you plan to continue working where you are now?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Any further questions from the board panel members?
Any further questions from the board panel members?
Mr. Mootsager, do you have questions for Ms. Whitehead?
Yes, I do. Thank
Do
you.
you have questions for Ms. Whitehead?
Proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Whitehead, would you agree that the beginning of your disciplinary journey with the Mississippi Board of Nursing was approximately a 2009 final order regarding a vulnerable adult conviction, neglect of vulnerable adult conviction, rather, in Rankin County Justice Court?
Ed, you're muted.
Ed, you're muted.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir, I do agree that was the beginning of this journey.
Okay, thank you. And your license was revoked as a result of that, and you sought restoration of your nursing license. And
Mr. Mootsager, you're muted.
Mr. Mootsager, you're muted.
thank you, Mr. Wiggins. And Ms. Whitehead, you actually sought restoration of your nursing license following it being revoked in 2009. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the result of that proceeding, the October 15th, 2015 hearing?
You're muted, Ms. Whitehead.
I can't recall. I'm sorry.
Ms. Whitehead.
I'm not muted, sir. It keeps a statement keep coming across the screen saying the host muted you, but I've unmuted. I can't recall. I do know at some time during my proceedings, I moved and I was unable to get my mail to notify the board in a timely manner.
Would you agree that a result of the 2015 proceeding was that you were allowed to reinstate subject to completion of a reorientation course and other educational courses?
Yes, sir.
And further, that you were required to complete a period of probation of approximately 12 months?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to do so?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but not before an actual another order was entered in your case. Is that accurate?
An actual another order was entered in your case. Is that accurate?
It's accurate, yes, sir.
Okay. And so,
I'm gonna ask that we pause
And
for a
so-
moment to see if we can maybe
Yes.
address more issues with our audio. Thank you.
So the issue is when Ms. Whitehead is not muted, Ms. Whitehead, why remain muted? Not muted, Ms. Whitehead, can you remain muted?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
When Ms. Whitehead is not muted, that's what's causing all of the reverb. So she's gonna have to remain muted until she speaks, and when she speaks, no one else can speak. It's something that's going on with her system.
Okay, so when,
It could help, but it's definitely Mrs. Whitehead's system.
okay,
Because every time she speaks, the reverb comes in. So when Ms. Whitehead is speaking, no one else can speak. So she has to wait to speak.
so would it make a difference when she's speaking if Wesley is muted, or did that make
It's her. She has to remain muted.
a difference? Okay,
That's why I keep muting her. But she has to remain muted because her system, she either has two phones, a phone or another system going, or there's something happening with her speakers.
all right.
So Wesley, we're gonna need you to kind of help direct this. When you're
yes,
speaking, Ms. Whitehead has to be muted, and Ms. Whitehead, when it's time for you to speak, only unmute then.
right. So thank
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
Shan. And so, yes, Ms. Whitehead, it does appear the issue is occurring for whatever reason. When you are delivering audio, it is creating some reverb. So whenever the proceeding, such as me asking the question, if you will just please keep your microphone on mute and only unmute it when you're ready to respond. And when you are done responding, please return your microphone to mute.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Thank you,
everyone.
Ms. Whitehead.
Okay, everyone, let's see if we can proceed. Mr. Musaiger?
Yes, thank you. And so would it be accurate, Ms. Whitehead, that in fact you presented yourself at a 2018 hearing wherein you acknowledged you did not timely comply with the educational course requirements of the 2016 order, but that you had taken educational courses, you had completed the online portion of the reorientation and nursing course. However, you were unable to complete probation. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. That is accurate.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Whitehead. Further, as a result of that proceeding, would it be accurate to state that your period of probation was modified to a period of 6 months?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Whitehead. Ms. Whitehead, since that September 2018 final order, have you completed all of the required educational courses?
Yes, sir.
Further, Ms. Whitehead, have you completed the nursing refresher course?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Whitehead, were you able to obtain employment pursuant to the 2018 order so that you could complete a period of working while on probation?
Yes, sir.
At what time did you begin this employment? And please identify the employer for the board.
I began my employment on June 10th. I'm sorry. Yes, June 10th, 2020 at Pleasant Hills Community Living Center.
And is it accurate to say that you have completed 6 months of employment with this employer, including timely submission of the required employer reports of supervised practice?
Yes, sir.
So it is important to clarify for the record, Ms. Whitehead, as you stated, June or rather 2020 that you began employment. Of course, the order was rendered in 2018. Between the time that the 2018 order was executed and rendered and the time that you started your nursing position, did you hold any kind of employment?
Yes, sir, I did. I worked during the year of 2018 at Embassy Suites Hotel in Ridgeland, and from Embassy Suites Hotel, I worked in 2018 as well and 2019 at Fastenal Corporation in Madison until I started my nursing employment in 2020. So I went with full employment throughout the time that was required.
Thank you, Ms. Whitehead. And in fact, did you submit reports of supervised practice or employer reports rather for those non-nursing employers?
Yes, sir, I did.
One moment, if it would please the board. Okay. Ms. Whitehead, are you still employed with the nursing employer you identified previously?
Yes, sir, I am.
And do you wish to, or is it your plan rather, to continue employment with this employer?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. To sum up, Ms. Whitehead, have you completed every condition of the board orders rendered in your case, every condition required for maintenance of licensure and compliance with the order?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. And lastly, Ms. Whitehead, you do believe that you are safe to return to the practice of nursing without any supervision?
Yes, sir, I do.
Is there anything further that you would like to put before the board to demonstrate your safety to be free from supervision?
No, sir. I do appreciate the supervision because it had been a long time since I practiced. So it was greatly appreciated, but I have no errors. I have no complaints. I have no write-ups. And I think on my behalf that I've done a wonderful job and will continue to do a wonderful job at my place of employment.
Thank you, Ms. Whitehead. I have no further questions for Ms. Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Mootsiger. Any further questions for Ms. Whitehead from the board panel members? Mr. Mootsiger, do you have anything that you'd like to share with the board this morning?
No, Mr. Wiggins, I do not. Other than, of course, I would reserve the opportunity to provide a closing statement. It actually, if I may have one moment, Mr. Wiggins, just to examine my virtual exhibits before I completely concede my time.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Wiggins. That would conclude the state's presentation.
All right, thank you. At this time, if there is nothing further, we will begin with closing statements. Ms. Whitehead, do you have a closing statement you'd like to make to the board panel? Ms. Whitehead, can you hear me? If you're speaking, you are muted. I think you're still muted, Ms. Whitehead. It looks like once you unmute, it returns to mute. It looks like once you unmute, it returns to mute.
Right, but it's staying unmuted now.
Okay, could you adjust your camera?
Do you want me to remute?
Oh man, we can hear you. Can you adjust your camera so we can see you a little better? Oh man, we can hear you. Can you adjust your camera so we can go ahead? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, was there something asked? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am, if you had a closing statement, you can make it at this time. Can you hear me, Ms. Whitehead?
You say something, sir?
Yes, ma'am. If you have a closing statement, you can make it at this time. Can you hear me, Ms. Whitehead?
I can hear you, yes, sir. Can you hear me? I can't hear anything else now.
Okay, if you have a closing statement, you can make it at this time.
And I'm not muted.
No, ma'am, we can hear you. You can make it at this time.
Huh?
No, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful.
We can hear you.
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Would you like to make a closing statement?
Now I don't hear anything.
Would you like to make a closing statement?
Well, sir, I would just like to thank the board. I would just like to thank the board and Mr. Musiker for their time this morning. And thank you. It's frozen.
Try that again. Ms. Whitehead. Ms. Whitehead, can you hear me?
It does appear she is muted again.
I can hear.
It appears she is muted.
Yeah, I believe your screen was frozen, so if you want to make your statement, you can at this time.
I can hear you. Do you want me to remute?
if you want to make your second hand at this time.
You can go ahead.
And I want to thank you for your, and I want to thank you for your decision because you are frozen.
All right, thank you, Ms. Whitehead. Mr. Newt-Siger?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Wiggins. I would just remind the board hearing panel this morning, the petition to remove probation from the license of Ms. Whitehead is a burden carried by Ms. Whitehead. It is up to her to demonstrate satisfaction of this board, total compliance with the board order. It would appear from the testimony today given by Ms. Whitehead, as well as the records introduced into evidence, including a compliance activity summary by the board's compliance officer assigned to this case, that Ms. Whitehead has completed the conditions of her 2018 board order, which would include educational courses, refresher course, and probation for a period of 6 months. It appears Ms. Whitehead had, according to her testimony, is continuing to maintain employment and has no reservations about her competency to return to practice, given that she has satisfied the conditions of the order. It would appear that she is a good candidate for termination of probation. Though, as always, I yield to the discretion of the board in making a determination that is within the best interest of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newt-Siger. Anything further regarding this matter?
There's nothing further from the state.
All right, thank you.
Wesley, do we have the next one available, the next case? I'm sorry, Mr.
So-
Newt, do you have, I'm sorry.
I can check on that for you, Sandra. I believe that Brett does have a person that is going to go forward with a hearing today. My only other hearing, I believe, has not appeared. And so that will be some communication I will need to make with some other staff, and I can certainly get back to you.
Since the hearing has concluded regarding license number P318760, I will entertain a motion for the board to enter closed determination to determine whether executive session is necessary on this matter.
I'll make a motion.
And I will second that.
It has been moved and properly seconded that the board enter closed determination to determine whether executive session is necessary. Is all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those board members on Zoom
It
can
would
just,
be four.
Aye.
all right. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Now entertain a motion for the board to enter executive session to deliberate on license number P318760.
I will make that motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The board will now exit to executive session. regarding deliberation on license number P 318760. Ms. Whitehead, the board will deliberate on this matter and return with a decision shortly.
Are we off? Are we on mute? Are we still live? You might be. Wesley, you can't hear me, can you?
I can hear you now, Brett.
Okay.
And I was actually just taking a look. Looks like we're still live on YouTube. So I'm going to mute. If you'd like to, I can give you a call.
Thank you. prepping the teal to make sure she was gonna be ready since we heard from Miss Dawn at 4 a.m. this morning. Yeah, it was definitely her. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, good. I just want to make sure all was okay. I know you had some, I mean, look, we have to do give hats off to people that are able to engage in all this, because it is a lot more stressful. It's a lot of elements going on. Yeah, but it's doable, and so I'm proud of that. So good job, good job. And hopefully we'll be able to go at, well, I'm trying to get her to be on at 10, because I did have the notice at 10:30, and I can just tell the panel that, if I need to, you know, if she's not. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's true. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at my email. I'm talking to you. All right, I have just received the proposal from Josh Kelly's attorney. And I yesterday put in the room for Sandra to look at the addition of the class regarding Swartz. So that has been signed by her today as well. I just need to make sure she gets that to
All right, thank you everyone for your patience. We are back on the record. I will ask that we hear a motion to return to regular session.
I'll make a motion.
I will second it.
It's been moved and properly seconded that the board panel return to regular session. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number P318760, the board panel renders the following: reinstated with no stipulations or restrictions. A copy of the order from the board panel will be mailed to the licensee within 2 to 4 weeks. There's nothing further. Ms. Whitehead, you are excused, and congratulations.
Ms. Whitehead, this is Sandra Culpepper. I want to say congratulations. This is Sandra Culpepper. Thank you for your hard work and dedication and for the process in which you did to go out there and become a great nurse. And congratulations, which you did go out there and become a great nurse. Congratulations. And welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Culpepper. Thank you, everybody on the board. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a great afternoon.
Likewise, and God bless y'all. Thank you again.
Good luck, Ms. Whitehead.
So that names me back if she was ready.
Brett, are you ready?
I'll reach out to Brett for you all. Is Floyd also present in the boardroom?
Yes.
Okay. Floyd, have you already called out for no-shows today?
Yes.
Okay. I am ready to go forward with Cindy Thomas as a matter.
We have any of her stuff. We haven't got anything on her list.
Okay, I see. And also, I would let you all know Takeda Louie, who is on the docket, will be continued to October.
Who is that
She had
again?
Takeda Louie. She is on my side on the docket. She just obtained representation, and therefore the matter will be continued.
We don't have her on our docket. Okay.
If it's not on your docket, it just may have already been removed pursuant to that continuance. So that would be why. So I will touch base with Brett, see where she is. And also I will look into getting you all the files for Ms. Sondi Thomas.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I've just been informed that yes, Ms. Louie was removed from your docket pursuant to that continuance. Our staff was just a step ahead of me.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are back on the next matter to come before the board panel. License number P299334. Council, are there any preliminary matters regarding this one?
Just one moment, if you would, please, Mr. Wiggins.
Certainly.
To confirm, this is the matter of license number P299334 issued to Sondi Thomas.
That is correct.
Okay, yes. As a preliminary matter, I would ask to call Mr. Floyd Wiley for purposes of establishing notice of the complaint and service of process of the complaint.
You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. And I would also ask that Mr. Wiley be sworn.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Floyd Wiley.
And Mr. Wiley, in what capacity are you before the Board of Nursing today?
That's the bailiff.
Okay. And as bailiff, Mr. Wiley, have you made a determination of whether Sandy Thomas is present and available for her hearing?
Yes, I have.
And what have you done to make that determination?
I went to the front of the building, called her name 4 times with no response. Went to the back of the building, called her name 4 times with no response. I checked the visitor's log. She has not signed in and wasn't signed in on a respondent sheet. And I checked the computer monitor to see if she was part of the Zoom participants, and she is not.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. Mr. Wiley, can you confirm that you have the state's exhibits before you, which have not yet been admitted into evidence?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. I would like to direct your attention, please, to Exhibit B2. If you would, Mr. Wiley, please identify for the record Exhibit B2.
Exhibit B2 is the computer printout of the licensure of Sandy Thomas.
And is there a primary address indicated on Exhibit B2?
Yes, it is. It is 340 North Prentice Street, Jackson, Mississippi.
Thank you. Next, I would direct your attention to Exhibit B5, not yet entered into evidence. Would you please identify for the record Exhibit B5?
It is a notice of the hearing for today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wiley. And in examining the first page of Exhibit B5, the notice of hearing to which you just described, at what time and location is Miss Sandy Thomas directed to appear virtually before the Board of Nursing?
Today's date, Wednesday, July 21st, 2021 at 8:30 a.m. virtually.
Thank you. Further, Mr. Wiley, can you confirm that the address indicated on the top of the notice of hearing, Exhibit B5, matches the address that you previously referenced in Exhibit B2?
Yes, the addresses do match.
Okay, excellent. Okay, next, Mr. Wiley, I want to direct your attention to the final page of Exhibit B5. Would you please, once you get there, identify that final page of Exhibit B5?
It's the USPS tracking document.
Okay, thank you. In examining this tracking document, Mr. Wiley, would you please first begin with confirming that the tracking number at the top of this document matches the tracking number or certified mail number on the first page of Exhibit B5, the notice of hearing?
Yes, the numbers do match.
Okay, thank you. In further examining this document, Mr. Wiley, is there a status indicated?
The status. Yes, the status is checked as delivered.
Delivered, okay. And could you please provide, if indicated, the date and time of delivery and location?
Okay, it states that your item was delivered to the front desk, reception area, or mailroom at 10:54 a.m. on June 22nd, 2021 in Jackson, Mississippi.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. At this time, the state would move to proceed with this matter as all statutory requirements for notice have been met. Certified mail has been shown to be sent to the address of record of the respondent, Ms. Sandy Thomas, to which delivery is indicated in excess of the 15-day notice requirement prescribed by Mississippi law. Thank you. At this time, the state would ask that exhibits B1 through B9 be admitted into evidence.
They are admitted.
Thank you. The state would rest on its pleadings.
Thank you, Mr. Mutsiger. Anything further on this matter?
Thank you, Mr. Wiggins. Nothing further in this case.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Has Miss Gail Dunn tried to log in? Because I have emailed her several times and have not had a response. We may have to move on to the next snow show. Can you all hear me? Am I coming out, coming through?
I can hear you, Brett.
Okay. Hi, Floyd, can you hear me? You can? Were you able to call Miss
Hey,
Sheridan?
Brett?
Gia, here's the volume.
Ms. Thompson,
Yes.
Okay, she
you
said,
are live as well on YouTube as well, just FYI. Since we are streaming, so I wasn't sure if you were speaking to Mr. Mutziger or to the team.
Yes, to the team, because, well, I need to discuss who's going to be next, so,
Okay, you're ready to go.
okay. You have not, Shan, had a call or anything from Miss Dunn, have you?
No, ma'am, we have not. She's
Okay.
not trying to enter bid zone either.
Okay. I've been emailing her. She's been emailing me since 4 a.m., basically stating she's going to be available virtually for her hearing today. And the last response, she says, I asked her log into Zoom, and she says at the scheduling easy screen, do I call the phone number? And I said, no, you need to log into the Zoom link. So I've forwarded that to her again. And so again, I was just wondering to see if she perhaps had called and unbeknownst to me, trying to get on.
No, ma'am, she is not.
Okay. So Floyd, are you ready to proceed with Emily Sheridan?
Yes.
Okay, if it's to the board panel's pleasure, I could proceed with Ms. Sheridan. And we await Ms. Dunn's arrival via Zoom. Okay, all. If the board panel is ready, I am ready to proceed on Ms. Sheridan. I did also receive some communication from Ms. Dunn, who is working on getting logged in. So I was visiting with Vera, who is trying to help her with her technical difficulties.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are back on. Ms. Thompson May, could you adjust your volume so we can hear you a little better, please? The next matter before the board panel, license number R891651. Ms. Thompson May, any preliminary matters regarding this one?
Yes, I would like to call Floyd Wiley to address those preliminary matters, please.
I solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Please state your full name for the record.
Floyd Wiley,
And Mr. Wiley, how are you serving the board today?
as the bailiff.
And have you been able to make a determination as to whether or not Emily Sheridan is present and available for her hearing?
Yes, I have.
And please tell the panel what you did to make that determination.
I went to the front of the building, called her name 4 times, no response. The back of the building, called her name 4 times, no response. Checked the visitor's log, she has not signed in. There was no respondents log to sign in. And I checked the computer to see if she was a participant on the Zoom, and she is not.
I want to direct your attention to marked exhibit B5. The 4th page of marked exhibit B5.
Okay.
Want to make sure we're on the same page. Can you, for the record, can you please testify as to what page you are viewing, please?
The 4th page on exhibit B5.
Yes, what do you see?
Okay, it is the envelope that was mailed, letter that was addressed to Miss Emily Sheridan at 2634 East Lake Boulevard, apartment 24-4, Robinsonville, Mississippi.
Okay, and was that envelope marked return to sender?
Yes, it was unable to be delivered to that address.
Okay, and do you see a postmark date of June 2nd, 2021 as well?
Say that again, Brett.
Sure. Above the return to sender, do you see a postmark date of June the 2nd, 2021?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and for the purposes of the record today, Mr. Wiley, can you verify that the address that's listed on the return envelope, if it's the same address as contained in the first page of marked exhibit B5 of the notice?
Yes, the addresses are identical.
And can you also verify that the address on the return envelope, the notice contained in marked exhibit B5, is the same as what is listed there in our record system in marked exhibit B2?
Yes, all 3 addresses are the same.
Okay. Finally, Mr. Wiley, I would like to call your attention to marked exhibit B7.
Okay.
And for the record, can you identify that document, please?
Clarksdale Press Register. Proof
Okay.
of publication.
Okay, and can you verify for the record to whom this notice is referencing?
Emily Sheridan.
And on what day and time has she been ordered to appear before this panel?
Today's date, Wednesday, July 21st, 2021 at 8:30 a.m.
And can you verify as well that this notice has been published 3 consecutive weeks in this publication?
Yes, it has been. And the dates were June 23rd, 2021, June 30th, 2021, July the 7th, 2021.
And again, Mr. Wiley, to your knowledge, Ms. Sheridan has failed to appear virtually or in person for today's hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
At this time, the state would move that the matter regarding Ms. Sheridan be allowed to proceed, given the fact that due process requirements have been satisfied as a virtue of Mr. Wiley's testimony and the evidence before the panel today that's been marked exhibits.
Council, you may proceed. We're still having a little difficulty hearing.
Okay, I'm turning my microphone up. I don't know if that helps. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, the state would ask and move that exhibits B1 through B8 be admitted into the record.
They are admitted.
The state would now rest on its pleadings.
That concludes everything on this matter, council.
It does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we ready to proceed with the next matter, council?
I'm just getting an update. She is still having difficulties signing on to Zoom, and I'm having Ms. Rucker as the liaison trying to assist her in that matter. We have sent her the Zoom link twice, and so I do not know why or what is going on with that. We do have a witness for that matter. The stage is ready. Our witness is ready. We are waiting on Ms. Dunn to appear. If I could have a moment, I will again try to assist in getting Ms. Dunn connected.
Well, I'll tell you what we may do, council, since we do have these other matters that we have concluded. We may just go ahead and look at deliberating on those, and maybe by the time we conclude that, Ms. Dunn will be available.
Very good. And I want to be sure that both settlement proposals were brought to the attention of the panel today regarding Ms. Foster and I believe Ms. Schwartz.
Yeah, I've got the one for Schwartz. That's the one I've got in front of me. I don't have anything else. Is that the only one we have?
There is another proposal that should be delivered any moment. It's been previously emailed and should be copied and ready to present.
Okay. Unmuted.
This time I entertain a motion and propose determination as to whether executive session is needed on the following. License number R 891651 and license number P 299334.
I will second it.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the board to enter executive session for deliberation regarding license number R 891651 and license number P 299334.
I will second it.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The board panel will now exit to executive session.
Yes.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Ms. Dunn? Ms. Dunn, are you in? Dunn, can you hear me?
Okay, I am on the phone, but I'm not on the computer. I just have the, join our Cloud HD video meeting on my screen. So,
You're fine. We can hear you. I will let Ms. Thompson May know that you're on the phone. You can actually mute until she comes back. I'll let her know that you
Okay.
gotten on the Zoom.
okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you everyone for your patience. We are back on. I will entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session. It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on the following matters, 299334 and R891651. The board panel renders the following. For license number P299334, license is revoked. For license number R891651, the license is revoked. A copy of these orders will be forwarded to the licensees within 2 to 4 weeks. The next matter before the board panel is license number R765273. Council, are we ready to proceed?
Yes, the state is ready to proceed.
Is the licensee present?
Ms. Dunn? Can you unmute? Ms. Dunn, we cannot hear you.
Was she joining by phone?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you activate your video as well, Ms. Dunn?
We haven't had too much luck doing that. I don't know. We weren't able to get that going. Sean, she got me on this one. Let's see if I click on joining our cloud video meeting. Let's see what happens there. Let's see. All right, it says click open Zoom meetings on the dialog shown in your browser. And it says launch meeting and nothing happens. I've done Zoom meetings in the past, but not on this personal computer. So I'm not really sure how to do that. I downloaded Zoom on my computer and my phone yesterday. So, I don't know how to do it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
If somebody can tell me how to do it, I'll be glad to. But, I just don't know how to do it. The other girl put me on FaceTime to, get as far as we did. So.
We're going to try to go ahead and proceed in this fashion. We will need to go ahead and verify that it is actually you. I guess at this time, before we move any further, I ask that any witnesses be sworn in.
Yes, the state would have Miss Natil Duncan and certainly Miss Gail Dunn.
You raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Ms. Dunn, were you able to hear?
Yes.
Did you hear the oath, Ms. Dunn?
I'm sorry.
Did you hear the oath?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Let me repeat it to you, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, would you please state your name for the record?
Sharon Gail Dunn.
What is your address?
My address, 210 St. Matthew Street, Carthage, Mississippi, 39051.
What is your nursing license number?
R765273.
Thank you. Are you represented by counsel, Ms. Dunn?
No.
Do you understand you have the right to be represented by counsel?
Yes, I do.
And is your voluntary decision this morning to proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. We will begin with opening statements. Each party will have an opportunity to present their own case. Of course, we will have an opportunity for witnesses to be questioned and cross-examined. I'll remind you that these hearings are open to the public. The board has the option of deliberating in an executive session and will consider findings of fact and conclusions of law prior to rendering its decision. The parties have any questions before we begin?
No questions, just two preliminary matters to bring before the panel.
You may proceed.
Okay, the first is in exhibit or marked exhibit B5. The second page alleges the complaint with the allegations listed. Paragraph 4 alleges that Ms. Dunn had failed to refuse to remit payment of $500 fine. At the time that the complaint was sent to Ms. Dunn, June 23rd, 2021, she had not remitted payment. However, as of June 28, 2021, we do have evidence that she has remitted payment. So the state at this time would move to strike paragraph 4 from the complaint and that the panel not consider that allegation as charges against Ms. Dunn's license.
Ms. Dunn, do you have any objection to that?
No. Miss Duncan had, we discussed that, and, she said that she was going to mail me something, to that effect. And, I asked her to just send me an email. And I was just waiting on, something official to come in the mail. Because I didn't know if things were going to change, between the email and the actual mail. And so that was my reason for, delaying the payments for, a few days. So, yes, I agree with that because, I wanted to have things documented in black and white. So, yes, I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dunn. We will note for the record that the fine has been paid.
Okay, lastly,
anything further, counsel?
Yes, just lastly, the motion for exhibits, the state at this time would move exhibits B1 through B9 be admitted into the record.
Any objection to those exhibits, Ms. Dunn?
I honestly, like I said before, I really don't know what those are. If you can, tell me what those are, because I had asked, my attorney, before what those were. And I really didn't get a good understanding of what B1 through B9 was. If you can please tell me what those are, I would appreciate that.
Yes, Ms. Dunn, we had sent you numerous emails with the exhibits attached, and you responded. You had responded and stated you had nothing further to submit. Now, what these are, again, that was sent to you is exhibit list. There's a printout of licensure, exhibit B2. B3 is a verification of licensure. B4 is a printout from our nurses database. B5 is the of hearing, the complaint and proof of service.
Okay.
B6 is the final order dated December 8, 2020.
Okay.
B7 is the compliance summary.
Okay.
And B8 is the spectrum compliance summary. B9 is your PMP.
Okay. PMP is the prescription monitoring. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You have those exhibits, Ms. Dunn?
Excuse me?
Do you have those exhibits?
Yes.
Following that explanation, do you have any objection to any of those exhibits?
No, other than, the fact that, what I discussed with Ms. May, that, I had, prescriptions for, like legal prescriptions for, the reasons that I have to take, certain medication. Excuse me?
Ms. Dunn? Ms. Dunn, can you hear me?
Barely, but yes.
Okay, we're having a little trouble understanding you. Can you speak into your microphone, please?
Yes, I, had just discussed, the reasons why, I have to take certain medications, such as the gabapentin and the Xanax and SG, because of, my medical issues being seizures, migraine headaches, and, other, chronic medical problems, which are, beyond my control. Those are clearly listed.
It's done?
Yes.
You'll have an opportunity to explain that. I just want to know at this point if you have any objection to the exhibits that have been presented.
Okay, no.
Okay, thank you. Council, we'll go ahead and admit those exhibits. Is
Very
there
good.
anything else?
Nothing preliminarily, thank you.
Okay, we'll begin with opening statements. Council, you may proceed.
We are here before the panel today with allegations against Ms. S. Gail Dunn's license. Ms. Gail Dunn is not only an RN, but also a nurse practitioner. The charges alleged against her license involve a board order dated December 8, 2020. The state today is going to allege and prove with evidence and testimony that Ms. Dunn has failed and refused to comply with that order. The evidence and testimony will show today that Ms. Dunn has tested and confirmed positive for alcohol on the following dates: January 20, 2021, March 22nd, 2021, April 20, 2021. Additionally, evidence and testimony will show Ms. Dunn tested and confirmed positive for barbiturates and butalbital on March 11, 2021. Further, that screen was medically reviewed. Finally, the evidence and testimony will show that Ms. Dunn has failed and refused to comply with her December 2020 order in that she did not notify the board as provided for in her order of the prescriptions by presenting the prescription itself of alprazolam, butalbital, and gabapentin.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson-May. Ms. Dunn, if you have an opening statement, you can make it at this time.
You know, like I said, I had asked my physician and nurse to send that in. They do not give me, you know, the handwritten prescriptions. I had asked them to send that information into the board. I had, you know, assumed that they had done that. Several of their staff had been out with COVID. You know, so it was hard for me to track that. I understand that it is ultimately my responsibility, but you know, I mean, I can't control everything. So, you know, and when I went, you know, for the drug screens, I had all of those medications listed out plain as day. You know, so they were there, you know, for everybody to see. So between that and having listed them out, you know, for the MRO and everyone to see, you know, one would think that, you know, that would be sufficient evidence. And if anyone had a question, you know, I never heard about it, you know, except for, you know, sometime here recently. And, you know, I've been taking these medications for years. And it's just something that I medically have to take. I do not abuse it. I am not addicted to it, but it is just something medically that is necessary. So that is my case, and I'm sure that my doctor that I have been seeing for 20 years, you know, would be glad to back that up.
All right, thank you, Ms. Dunn. What we're going to do next, we're going to hear from Ms. Thompson-May on the complaint that has been filed. Once she presents that evidence, you will have an opportunity to, Ms. Thompson will have at least one witness that you will be speaking with. You will have an opportunity to ask that witness some questions. Once we complete Ms. Thompson-May's portion of her case, you will then have an opportunity to present yours. And of course, she will then have an opportunity to ask you some questions as well. Are we clear?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson-May, you may proceed.
Thank you. I would like to call Natil Duncan. Ms. Duncan, would you please state your full name for the record?
Natil Duncan.
And in what capacity do you serve the Board of Nursing? And are you personally familiar with the facts in this case before the panel today? I can barely hear you, Ms. Duncan. And tell me, thank you. And how are you personally familiar with the facts in this matter?
I was assigned Ms. S.L. Dunn's case.
Okay. And as a compliance officer, is it your testimony today that you've had the opportunity to review the exhibits that have been currently admitted into this matter, exhibits B1 through B9?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I want to direct your attention, Ms. Duncan, to exhibit B6. and let me know when you have that exhibit readily available.
Yes,
Okay, for the record, can you identify B6, please?
yes, this is the final order, case number 2020-0090 for S. Gail Dunn.
Okay, and as part of your job duties as compliance officer, would you please just tell the board about the opportunities that you afford, wherein that you explain to Ms. Dunn the contents of this order? What is that process?
This is the respondent is contacted regarding setting an appointment for a compliance conference which was held in January of 2021. All of the stipulations of the final order and requirements are discussed in detail with the respondent. There's also a follow-up email at the end of the conference. There's also an opportunity for the respondent to ask any specific questions regarding any non-understanding information. In the email that is followed up, all of the documents that we need to receive back in the office, as far as them being time phased, are also dated, notated. My contact information with email, cell phone, as well as office number are listed. So at any time, if there's any discrepancy or question regarding any of the stipulations of the final order or any of the documents that should be returned to the board, any questions can be answered at that time.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. And in this Exhibit B6 that you have before you, is it my understanding and yours as well that Ms. Duncan agreed to the stipulations that are contained in the final order here dated December 8, 2020?
Ms. Dunn did agree to the stipulations of the final order, and one of the ways that we do that, we ask, once we are going through line by line, paragraph by paragraph, we ask the respondent to place their initials or their signature against each paragraph as verification that we have gone over that topic. And at that time, the respondent is asked any questions, is there further explanation needed? So you can see notated that Ms. Dunn's initials are on each paragraph.
Okay, and on the second page, Ms. Duncan, of Exhibit B6, under the findings of fact and conclusions of law, would you agree with me that Ms. Dunn agreed that she originally did violate the Nurse Practice Act by signing this document and stating that she did engage in unprofessional conduct as stated in paragraph 1?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay, and in paragraphs 2 and 3, would you also agree with me that this order, again, containing the facts that Ms. Dunn agreed to as being true, whereby she did test positive for barbiturates and butalbital on a reasonable suspicion screen from her employment, as well as having a reading of 0.088% for alcohol?
That is correct.
Okay, and then further that she did submit to an assessment, and the assessment did conclude that there were some issues, but they did rule out the alcohol dependency and abuse. Would that be also true?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and as a result of Ms. Dunn having agreed to those facts and entering into this agreement, she did agree to be monitored for 12 months with drug-related stipulations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I want to now turn your attention to actual page 4 of Exhibit B6, but it says at the upper left-hand corner, page 3 of 8. And Ms. Duncan, are you there with me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. And can you verify that the page you are referring to as I am directing questions, that you are looking at page 3 of 8, where it says paragraph 8 penalties?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay, and can you testify for the board panel or tell the board panel within that paragraph 8, A through F, can you tell the board panel that you how you explained or what you did to make sure that Ms. Dunn was aware of all the things on this particular page that she was to complete.
Yes, ma'am. During our compliance conference, when we, on page 3 of 8, as you can see, Ms. Dunn's signature or initials are under number 8A through F, and we went line by line. First of all, the conference with compliance officer, all of the information that is contained in the final order and the agreed settlement proposal was gone over line by line. Next, B, the compliance affidavit, which I'm sure we'll get to later. That information was explained and it reiterated what was contained in letter A. Next, C, the fine, the respondent, it was explained in detail what the requirements were to pay the fine, as well as the modes of payment available and the submission date that we need to receive it in the office. With D, the substance abuse disorder and nursing course that was required as part of the final stipulations of this order was explained. E, also the ethics course that within a specific time frame, Ms. Dunn was to complete this course. And also F, probation, that Ms. Dunn's license will be placed on probation as far as this final order was concerned. And as you can see, Ms. Dunn placed her initials against all of these. And at that time, during the compliance conference in January of 2021, this information was explained.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. And is it your testimony that Ms. Dunn has completed under paragraph 8, A through E?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. The next page of that order, Ms. Duncan, where it states page 4 of 8, in the upper left-hand corner. Would you agree with me that this spells out her probationary period, which is for 12 months?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, as well as her having to supply and submit employer and quarterly reports. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The next page, Ms. Duncan, page 5 of 8, as it appears in the upper left-hand corner. And we are again looking at paragraph 8 with the little letter P, copies of prescriptions. Can you please explain to the panel that paragraph and what you did, what process that you underwent to make sure Ms. Dunn understood 8P?
For 8P discusses copies of prescriptions. That anytime we have a respondent that is given a prescription, they are given 24 hours to within 5 working days. Once they receive the prescription within a 24-hour time frame, they are to contact the board, their compliance officer, but within 5 days regarding that prescription. And we need a copy of that prescription, especially if they're going to be drug screened, because we need to have notation as well as documentation of that. And as you can see, Ms. Dale Dunn did place her initials there as understanding that she was supposed to turn in copies of any prescriptions.
Okay, very good. And Ms. Duncan, let's go to the next page, page 6 of 8.
Yes.
Would you agree with me that Ms. Dunn was to submit to drug screens, random or demand, with being in compliance with this order?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. Ms. Duncan, contained as well in this exhibit B6 is the affidavit and instructions. So if you would not mind flipping to the page 1 of 8 that's in the affidavit, still contained in exhibit B6, I would appreciate that, and let me know when you have that before you.
Yes, ma'am, I have it.
Okay, and generally speaking, this affidavit, which looks to be 8 pages, can you just generally explain to the panel what this document is?
This document is pretty much to reiterate the information that is contained in the final order again, just as far as drug screens, prescription information, any information regarding prescriptions, just reiterating the stipulations,
just so the respondent can have a better understanding of what is required of them. And of course, again, there is a line for the respondent to place their initials or their signature as verification of understanding. Now, during that time when this is discussed, we again go over any type of questions or concerns that the respondent has, in addition to a follow-up email.
Okay, and I believe this conference took place as indicated by this affidavit on January 8, 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and at that time, the conditions of the order were explained to Ms. Dunn, as well as reiterated by way of this affidavit of each and every paragraph that Ms. Dunn was to comply with. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, Ms. Duncan, I now want to call your attention to a drug screen. Well, first, let's go to Exhibit B8, and then we'll get into the details. But if you would just have before you Exhibit B8 and let me know when you have that document.
Yes, I have it.
Okay. Can you, again, for the record, explain what B8 is, just a general idea of what this document contains?
B8 is the affinity spectrum compliance listing for Gail Dunn regarding her check-ins and drug tests.
Okay. And can you verify where it says summary, and that's the first page of B8, can you just for the record testify as to what it reads there, as to how many times Ms. Dunn has checked in with Affinity System?
Ms. Dunn has checked in with the Affinity System 154 times.
And what does it state there as how many she has missed in terms of checking in?
It states here that Ms. Dunn has missed 14 check-ins.
And with regard to drug tests, it states under drug tests that she was negative for how many screens?
Negative for 1 drug screen.
And how many was she positive?
4 positive drug screens.
Okay. I want to now go to, and we'll be jumping around a little bit in B8, but did you have the opportunity, Ms. Duncan, to read the complaint against Ms. Dunn's license? And the allegations against her license regarding her refusal to comply with the board order?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So within paragraph 1 of the complaint, where it says that Ms. Dunn tested and confirmed positive for alcohol on January 20, 2021, March 22nd, 2021, and April 20, 2021, is it your testimony that Exhibit B8 will verify and evidence and confirm those positive results?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, let's now turn then in Exhibit B8 to page 19 of 21. You will see page 19 of 21 at the center bottom of Exhibit B8. And let me know when you are there, please.
Yes, ma'am. I have 19.
Okay. For the record, can you state what you're looking at? What is this document?
This is the Spectrum Affinity Compliance Document, drug screen test result details for S. Gail Dunn.
Okay. And when did Ms. Dunn submit a specimen?
The selection date, test selection date, January 20th, 2021.
And the reason for this screen, is it listed there on this report?
Yes, it is, but it's a random drug screen.
Okay. And can you, for the record, determine based on this report, the results of that drug test?
Yes, ma'am. The test result is positive.
And can you also confirm what she tested positive for on this specimen of January 20, 2021?
The test result is positive for alcohol.
Okay. And was this particular screen medically reviewed? Where it
Yes,
says,
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
okay. Okay. Thank you. I now want to call your attention to the screen of March 22nd, 2021. Oh, pardon me. Before we move away from the January 20th, pardon me, I do want to go to participant notes. And Ms. Duncan, those participant notes should be at the back within Exhibit B8. And you will see the participant notes. They're listed page 1 of 6, page 2 of 6. Do you have those handy?
Yes.
All right, I want to direct you to page 3 of 6. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I have page 3 of 6.
Wonderful. You testified earlier that the January 2021 screen was positive for alcohol and then further confirmed and medically reviewed. For the record, can you read the first participant note as it lists in February 8, 2021?
February 8, 2021, participant returned my call. Cannot recall drinking any alcohol prior to this test, which can only be interpreted as indicating alcohol consumption within 72 hours of the test. Does not want to run 2B to reconfirm at this time. Test is positive.
And you see some initials there after that test is positive. Can you identify those initials and for the purpose of the record, explain who that is?
For the purpose of the record, this was signed and submitted by Barry H. Lubin, MD, who is the medical review officer.
And he is indeed employed with Spectrum Affinity, is he not?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. All right. As to the March 22nd, 2021 positive screen, Ms. Duncan, thank you for staying with me. I want you now to turn to page 11 of 21.
Yes, I have it.
And for the purposes of the record, please identify that document.
This is the Spectrum Compliance Affinity Drug Test results detailed for SDL done.
Okay. And can you state for the record the collection time that's listed here as to when Ms. Dunn submitted a specimen?
The specimen was submitted on March 22nd, 2021 at 6:02 p.m.
And the reason that's indicated on this report, can you please testify as to that?
This is a demand drug screen.
Okay. And what screen was ordered?
This was a PET drug screen, the test for alcohol.
Okay. And who ordered that screen?
I did as her compliance officer.
Okay. And demand screens are a part of her December 2020 final order. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And Ms. Dunn did comply by submitting a specimen on March 22nd, 2021, correct?
That is correct.
And her results of that PET test were what?
The test result is positive.
Okay. And positive for what?
Positive for alcohol.
Okay. And I might mention, Ms. Duncan, I don't want to overlook this, but just want to generally state these drug tests that we have testified, that you've testified to, the January 2021 and the March 2021, they have all have executed chain of custody documents accompanying that result. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Let's now move on then to the April 2021 drug screen, and you will find that on page 8 of 21 on the Spectrum Exhibit B8.
Yes, ma'am, I have it.
For the purposes of the record, identify that document, please, ma'am.
This is the Spectrum Affinity Compliance drug test result detailed for SDL done.
Okay. And can you state what date Ms. Dunn was to submit a specimen?
Collection date, April 20th, 2021.
And can you state the reason for that screen?
This is a random drug screen.
Okay. And for the record, can you please state the results of that screen?
The results of this drug screen, positive for butabitol as well as positive for alcohol and
Okay.
barbiturates.
Okay. And for the record, is it your testimony as well that a chain of custody document with Ms. Dunn's signature acknowledging that it was her specimen on that date accompanies that screen result?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right. Ms. Duncan, I now want to call your attention to the March 11, 2021 screen, and that's going to be found on page 13 of 21. For purposes of, and for the record, identify that document, please.
Yes, ma'am. This is the Affinity Spectrum Compliance drug test result details for SGL Dunn.
And what date is it listed there that Ms. Dunn submitted a specimen?
March 11th, 2021.
And the reason for that submission?
This is a random drug screen.
And finally, the results of that screen.
This drug test results are positive for barbiturates, butabitol. Yes, barbiturates and butabitol.
Okay. Was this screen medically reviewed?
Yes, the screen was medically reviewed.
Okay, and let's go to the participant notes as we did earlier. And I'd like for you to go to pages 4 of 6 and 5 of 6, please.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, on page 4 of 6, for the record, can you read what the entry states there dated March 17th, 2021?
March 17th, 2021, MRO requested for UPS with butabitol 1416 and creatine 41.7. Call the participant at 601-937-0444 and no answer and no voicemail. Sent an online message and an email to sgadunn@gmail.com requesting a return call. Results are pending. Gary Rubin, MD, Medical Review Officer.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Can you read the next entry there, the last entry on page 4 of 6, dated March 18th, 2021, into the record, please?
3/18/21, no response to messages. Called again today and no answer and no voicemail. Resent email to her email address, sgadunn@gmail.com. Result pending. Barry Rubin, MD, Medical Review Officer.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. I now want to go to page 5 of 6, please.
Yes, ma'am.
The very first entry that you see there on page 5 of 6 under participant notes dated March 19, 2021. Can you please read that into the record?
March 19, 2021, no response to messages. Called again today and left voicemail asking for a return call today. Results pending. Barry Lubin, MD, Medical Review Officer.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Can you read the very next entry dated March 20, 2021?
Still no return call from the participant. There's a record of a prescription for S2 Plus from 10/10/2010 recorded in the record. This prescription would explain this result. Called again today and left a voicemail asking for a return call. Results pending. Barry Lubin, MD, Medical Review Officer.
And finally, Ms. Duncan, thank you, by the way. And finally, could you please read the entry on the participant note dated March 21, 2021 into the record, please?
No response from the participant after multiple messages and emails. We'll complete this without the benefit of an interview. Since I have no documentation of a current prescription to cover this result, this test is positive. Mary Lubin, MD, Medical Review Officer.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. I now want to direct your attention, Ms. Duncan, to Exhibit B9.
Yes, ma'am, I have it.
Okay. And for the record, can you identify Exhibit B9?
B9 is a PNP patient report for Gail Dunn.
Okay. And on Exhibit B9, I would direct your attention to the second page, please. Ms. Duncan, it's alleged in the complaint that Ms. Dunn has failed and or refused to submit copies of prescriptions written or filled on 4/1/2021 for Prazolam, butalbital, and gabapentin pursuant to paragraph 8P. Would you agree with me?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. On the second page of Exhibit B9, for the record, can you tell the board panel on April 1, 2021, what medications Ms. Dunn had filled?
On April 1st, 2021, Ms. Dunn had butalbital as well as alprazolam.
Okay.
On those dates.
Would you agree with me that the alprazolam appears to be a refill, as the original prescription date or the date listed here states that it was written on February 12th, 2021?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. And I would also like to draw your attention to a fill date of May 31, 2021. And can you tell the board panel what drug is the drug listed there? Actually, there's two drugs listed there that were filled on May 31st, 2021.
Gabapentin is one of the drugs that was filled, as well as alprazolam was filled on May 31st, 2020.
Okay. And in that entry with the alprazolam being filled on May 31, 2021, would you agree with me that it states that prescription was written on April 1, 2021?
Yes, that is correct.
And on the gabapentin, would you agree with me as well that that prescription was written on 4/1/2021?
Yes, that is correct.
And then finally, that the butalbital was written on 4/1/2021 according to the PNP report.
That is correct.
Okay. Is it your testimony, Ms. Duncan, as compliance officer for Ms. Dunn, that Ms. Dunn has failed and refused to submit any of these prescriptions, particularly the ones written on April 1, 2021?
That is correct.
And were you aware at any time that Ms. Dunn may have been taking any medication?
Yes, ma'am. Initially, during our compliance conference, in the follow-up email, Ms. Dunn received a notification form where any and all prescriptions that she was currently taking or had prescriptions for needed to be disclosed to the board, as well as if she went to her primary care physician or nurse practitioner and she was given a prescription, that she was to notify the board within 5 days of having that prescription filled.
Okay. So it's your testimony that Ms. Dunn did not comply with paragraph 8P and provide any prescription or notification?
That is correct.
Okay. And it's also your testimony today that Ms. Dunn has tested positive and has been confirmed positive for not only alcohol, but as well as the butalbital and alprazolam.
That is correct.
Okay. At this point, then I will tender the witness.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Dunn, do you have any questions for this witness?
You're on mute, Ms. Dunn.
not other than the fact that I'm surprised that y'all don't know that butalpitol is the same thing as, butalpitol is the same thing as the barbiturate. So that's one and the same.
Do you have
It's
a
a
question, Ms.
migraine.
Dunn?
No, not other than the fact that, it's a statement,
Ms. Dunn, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I was just trying to see if you had a question for the witness. You'll have a chance to make your statement. Ms. Dunn,
Yes,
did you have a question for this witness?
no,
Thank you. Any questions for this witness from the board panel? Thank you. Ms. Thompson, May, anything further from this witness?
No, the state may be, the witness may be finally excused and the state will now rest.
Thank you. Ms. Dunn, the state has completed the presentation of their case. At this time, you will have an opportunity to present your case. You will be subject to questions from Ms. Thompson May, as well as possibly members of the board panel. You may proceed.
I don't have any questions.
Ms. Dunn, if you have something to present to the board, you can go ahead at this time.
I don't have anything, thank you.
All right, Ms. Thompson May, do you have any questions for Ms. Dunn?
Having Ms. Dunn providing no testimony, the state would not cross-examine.
Do members of the board panel have any questions for Ms. Dunn?
I do.
You may proceed.
Ms. Dunn, this is Sandra Culpepper, and I have a couple of questions for you. So in regards to your debilitating health issues, have you tried any other pain management to control it?
Yes,
Such as?
I have tried Tylenol, Advil, aspirin, etc. I have had migraines since I was basically 12 years old. I had a grand mal seizure, about 10 years ago, which the doctors were, about 2 minutes away from pronouncing me brain dead. So, yeah, I have a little anxiety in my life.
Okay. I'm sorry, based on that, what you just said, so in the previous testimony, you were talking about your back issues. And so you haven't tried any.
My what?
Your back issues with your back. So you have not tried any type of therapies outside of that.
Yeah, I've been to physical therapy. Yeah, several times.
Okay. So my next question to you is, with all of your health issues, and based on your statements in regards to the debilitating issues you have, and it requires you to use controlled substances, do you believe yourself to be competent to treat patients with the use of those substances?
Yes, I can. Because with long-term use, I can take them after hours and it does not impair my judgment for work hours.
Okay,
There are plenty of people who function just fine.
when I was going through the packet that was provided to us today, I noticed from compliance on January 6th of this past year, you had told them that you would not be able to meet on January 7th because you had to go somewhere to pick up medications. And so that piqued my interest as to where or what was the travel time to pick up these medications?
I'm sorry, I can't understand you. Say that again.
On January 6th of this past year, you had advised our compliance officer here that you could not meet on January 7th due to the fact that you had to pick up medications. So with that being said, I'm trying to figure out, based on the PMP, how far did you have to
Yes,
travel for these medications? Because I'm not seeing anything reflected in the PMP that a medication was picked up around that date.
I don't have that in front of me, but that's probably about when I transferred my prescriptions to Sullivan's Pharmacy in Kosciuszko because they were a good bit less expensive than the CVS, Walgreens, Walmart. But I don't have a calendar in front of me, so I don't recall right offhand.
Okay. And I just
And I don't remember what was going on at that point in time. I'm sorry.
And I just have a few more
That
things
was-
I just need clarification on, Ms. Dunn, and I will be done. Based on your drug screens, you've had 4 positive screens out of 14, which included alcohol. As a provider, as a prudent provider, providing safety for your patients, would you ever make a recommendation to your patient that is using controlled substance and in regards to alcohol use?
No,
So there would be no recommendations with the use of controlled substances and alcohol together.
no,
The last question I have for you, ma'am, is do you believe yourself to have an addiction to either alcohol or controlled substances?
no. I stated that previously.
Thank you,
Asked
Ms. Dunn.
and answered.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board panel? Based on any
Hey,
of that,
I'm sorry, I have a quick question.
sure, go ahead.
Ms. Dunn, this is Laura Moore. I was curious where you're currently employed. It may be in there, but I wasn't able to find it.
Where I'm currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not.
Okay. Where have you, how long has it been since you were employed?
End of January of 2020
Okay, and where were you working at that time?
at Matrix Medical Network.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Any further questions from the board panel? Council, based on those questions and responses, do you have anything for Ms. Dunn?
Nothing.
All right, thank you. Ms. Dunn, do you have anything that you'd like to share with the board regarding this?
No.
At this time, we will begin with closing statements. Council, you may proceed.
Yes, it should be clear and convincing today before this panel and based on the evidence and testimony that the allegations found in the complaint against the licensure of Ms. Dunn have been proven true. That Ms. Dunn indeed is guilty of violating her December 8, 2020 order with this board. You heard testimony from Ms. Duncan that verified and confirmed through the evidence provided today that Ms. Dunn did indeed have 4 positive screens that were confirmed positive, not only for alcohol, but for prescriptions that she did have. But even with that, you note from the participant notes, after numerous attempts to contact Ms. Dunn from the medical review officer, Dr. Lupin, there was no response from Ms. Dunn to provide that information to him, nor has there been any communication from Ms. Dunn to Ms. Duncan, as Ms. Duncan testified that Ms. Dunn would supply or have Ms. Duncan have the submission of any prescription once she entered into this order, understood that that indeed was a condition for compliance. As such, the state has proven the allegations against Ms. Dunn in the complaint clearly and convincingly, and the state would just ask that the board consider that information with evidence and testimony and recommendation of revocation for Ms. Dunn's license. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Dunn, if you have a closing statement, you may make it at this time.
I don't have anything. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, with both sides having concluded their arguments, I will entertain a motion for the board to enter closed determination regarding whether executive session is needed in this matter.
I will second it.
Been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now entertain a motion for the board to enter executive session regarding deliberation on license number R765273.
I will second it.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The board will now exit to executive session for deliberation on license number R765273. On the line, the board will now actually deliberate on this matter and return with a decision.
Is everybody through?
Hello, Ms. Dunn. They are deliberating your case. If you would just remain on the line, they will come back to render a decision shortly.
Okay, thank
Put
you.
your phone on mute, grab you something to eat and come back, or bottle water. Choose, and they will be back shortly to deliberate, give you your conclusion for today.
Okay.
Look at there. Thank you. That is so sweet.
Go have a drink. Sugar, sugar, hey baby. Hey, sugar, 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 sugar. You go tell me to help. You go tell
Hello, everyone on the Zoom. The board has just notified us that they will break for lunch. They will return at 12:45.
you everyone for your patience. We are back on the record. I will entertain a motion for the board panel to return to regular session.
And I will second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The board panel is now back in regular session. Following deliberation on license number R765273, and after the hearing of clear and convincing testimony and evidence, the board panel renders the following discipline, revocation. A copy of this order will be forwarded in 2 to 4 weeks to the licensee. It's done. If you are on the line, we thank you for your presence today and you are excused.
Brianna Collins. Des Breaks. But we don't have anything on her yet. Can you hear me, Brett?
Yes, I can hear you.
So do we have anything on that next one, Ms. Collins? Because we don't have anything up here.
Yes. So the attorney did email me the agreement, and I explained it to LaShonda, but it would be better to explain it to you all. We probably will have it tomorrow or either later this afternoon. I have the copy, and I have a copy where she signed, but it's not notarized. And he informed me in the email that she was not able to obtain a notary today or yesterday, but that maybe she would have it by tomorrow. So if we have to continue the matter, we will, but that's just the update.
What's next?
That, unless you have something more, Mr. Newtucker, do you have anything else, or is that's been the last one for the day, correct?
Correct.
I've got nothing else right now, Sandra, for today. Looking ahead to tomorrow.
Well, I'm beginning to believe that y'all threatened us last month and had me just on pins and needles. I feel better now.
Well, it seems as though the board has concluded all of its matters for today. We thank everyone for your attendance. We will be here again tomorrow morning. Have a great afternoon. Thank you for attending.
Thank you.
After we cease recording on YouTube, can we stay on just for 1 second? Is that doable, Shan?
Yes, Brett. Would you like your staff to remain on? Would you like?
Well, I've set up a separate one for the staff. I just wanted to visit while we have the board members here really quickly and give them an overview about tomorrow.
Hang tight for me 1 second.
Okay.